thank you all for coming, and thank the board for being here today. I'm going to call the meeting to order for the town of North Topsail Beach, the regular Board of Aldermen's meeting. Today is going to be a busy meeting. We have a lot on the agenda, so I'm going to do the thing I really don't like to do, which is be gaveling people when they are either repeating or we need to move on. So that's definitely not something I like to do, but I'm going to do it. So if everybody could please turn their cell phones to vibrate, and your watches too, I always forget that. Then I think what we will do is we'll call the meeting to order, and Alderman Leonard has our invocation today.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we ask that you bless this town and keep it a beautiful and friendly place to live. We pray for your guidance to enable this board to work together to make fair and informed decisions today. We also pray that our police officers, firefighters, and members of our armed services here and around the world remain safe as they risk so much for our security. We further ask that you keep an especially watchful eye over our forward deployed service members who are serving in harm's way, as so many of them at various times have called North Topsail Beach home. We also pray that our town be spared the ravages of hurricanes and other natural disasters, that everyone associated with the town remains safe and secure. And finally, as we come together on the eve of the 80th anniversary of D-Day, we pause to acknowledge and remember the sacrifices made by brave Americans in 1944 on the heavily fortified beaches of France. Their courageous actions and sacrifices literally changed the destiny of the world. We ask this in his name. Amen.
And if you could join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so the first item on our agenda, actually the approval of the agenda. I believe we need to add one thing. Alderman Leonard.
I'd like to add under new business, Ocean City Road Repair, and I recommend that we make that item A under new business, and then the remaining items become B, C, D, and E respectively.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then the next item would be the manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just want to start off by saying that I'm sorry to report that our dear friend Barry Burke has passed away on May 15th recently. Many of you know Barry. He's been a part of the North Topsail Beach family for 17 years. His presence at Town Hall is greatly missed, and I would just like to extend our condolences to his family at this time. To start my report, beach projects, the Phase 5 beach renourishment project is complete. The hauling and fill was completed on May 15th, and equipment was demobilized from the beach through May 17th. The Gray Street beach access was reopened upon completion. We placed approximately 636,000 cubic yards of sand along 18,500 feet of shoreline. I've been working with engineers to get roadway repairs completed within the project area that have been affected. So we documented conditions prior to and then closing after those repairs were done. And we amended the agenda this morning so that we can move forward with a change order with ST Wooten later on in the agenda. So we will be taking care of that item so that the road repairs will be completed for the month of June in preparation for the Jazz Festival. I'm very pleased to announce that we've procured beach matting that will be installed at 2 beach access points at the Jeffries Beach access. Once the permits are received, Public Works completes the training for the maintenance. They will be installed in those 2 areas. The matting will also feature the town's logo on small sections of the matting. The matting is being placed to assist the elderly, people with disabilities who require a wheelchair, and is also helpful for families that, as we all know, we carry a large amount of beach gear to the beach. This is going to be a great amenity for people with limited mobility and to be able to assist with getting them to the beach. Memorial Day kicked off the start of a very busy summer season. Parking lots were full. For the duration of the holiday weekend, the 4x4 areas were closed around noon, both on Saturday and Sunday. which was maxed out at 250 vehicles. Our beach ambassadors started working to educate beach patrons, as well as our overnight person who's collecting and disposing of personal items that are left on the beach. We have instituted a new program through iWork that staff has been directed to utilize that pins interactions where items were collected in quantities. I will provide the report to the board post-season with highlights with the number of staff interactions, items removed, holes filled, etc. So anything beach related in our interactions are being documented so that we'll provide feedback on how to move forward. The Sea Oats Cost Share Project. The final delivery date for Sea Oats is scheduled for this Friday, June 7th. Many residents participated in the cost share project for the season. The cost was shared between the property owner and the town in a 50-50 split, up to $25,000. That has resulted in 25,200 sea oats being planted. I've talked with Coastal Transplants to use any remaining funds to do another project in October, where we will once again do a cost share with residents to make American beach grass available, which will be another cost share project, and that will take place in October. Emergency Management Disaster Relief Mitigation Grant. I am pleased to report that the grant application that I submitted in January for 2 stormwater projects has been selected for funding. Included on today's consent agenda is the memorandum of agreement that is required to take on this grant. We have been selected for funding for up to $1,261,607. Final approval is conditional on submitting the MOA that is for consideration and approval at today's meeting. The period of performance is up to 36 months, which runs through June 30th, 2027. I included in the scope of work to complete the engineering design of 2 critical areas that we identified on Island Drive at the South End Fire Station, which we refer to as Fire Station Number 2, and New River Inlet Road at Richard Peters Park. And then, of course, implement these solutions through construction. What is next? The town will go through a bid process to select an engineering firm to develop construction plans and manage the process associated with permitting and approval of the projects along with construction. These will be the first stormwater projects for the town of North Topsail Beach, so that's very exciting, and will abate 2 critical areas that have serious flooding issues right now. The scope of work on Island Drive will include installation of stormwater inlet structures connected to pipes, which will transport the stormwater to city property several hundred feet away, where an underground stormwater storage structure will be constructed. As the storage structure is at a higher elevation, a pumping station will also be needed to raise the stormwater into the structure. At the second project area on New River Inlet Road, which is at Richard Peters Town Park, a different engineering solution is being considered for this area. To abate the stormwater, combination of permeable pavers, and that's in our parking lot at Richard Peters Park, over a 2-foot gravel base with reconfiguration of swells on the road shoulder, and a new level spreader is envisioned for that area. And this is not a matching grant, it's 100% funded. Fire Station Number 2, groundbreaking was held on May 15th. Thank you to everyone who attended, including the county commissioners. We appreciate your support. The agreement with ECS Southeast was executed following the May Board of Aldermen meeting, who is providing all the necessary testing and inspection services up to this point. Backfill and grading has been ongoing this past month, and they are starting the below slab plumbing work at this time. Announcements: we will once again be hosting a Hurricane Community Forum here at Town Hall. That'll be held on June 12th at 6:30 p.m. We expect it'll last an hour, depending on questions that we receive. We will have representatives from the town, Onslow County, National Weather Service, and the utility companies will also be here to review plans and answer any questions that you all may have. The 14th Annual Ocean City Jazz Festival will take place between July 5th and July 7th. In addition to a great lineup of jazz musicians, there will be food, beverage vendors, and merchandise booths on site. You can purchase tickets through their website. We will have a proclamation prepared for the next Board of Aldermen meeting celebrating the Ocean City community's 75th anniversary. The town will present this proclamation on Friday, July 5th during the event. I, along with staff, have met with committee members to review logistics and assist with the festival. We are looking forward to what will be a great event for the community. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, I'm going to move on. The next item on the agenda would be the open forum. Do we have anybody that's requested to speak at the first open forum?
For the public hearing?
No, this is the open forum.
Sorry. Yes.
I know, I will.
Charles Walker of 115 Seagull Lane.
Yes, sir,
If you could
please.
just please approach the podium and press the button to speak.
This is just the open forum.
Good morning. My name's Charles Walker. Everybody knows me as Rusty. My friends, neighbors anyway. I live up on 115 Seagull Lane. Not going to try to complicate a one-car funeral or get something started this morning, but one concern as a resident that I've asked the question and would like to see addressed is concerning resident parking. The public parking areas, I think for property owners, we're allowed 2 vehicles, which is not an issue, but if you're somebody like me that lives here, I got too much stuff. And if we've gone down to Surf City or whatever in a vehicle that I don't have tagged as one of my vehicles, then we don't stop if we want to stop and get out and walk a few minutes, because I'm not going to pay a $25 ticket if I live here. So I have asked the question before, at least for residents with their vehicles permanently registered within the city limits, for some kind of consideration for more than just the 2 vehicles.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else signed up? Alice?
Yes. Marvin Prescott, 416 Regalwood Drive.
Good morning. My name is Marvin Prescott, 416 Regalwood, Jacksonville. My complaint is I'm trying to appeal a citation. We've been coming down here for the last 2 years since you implemented the pay for parking, and I just got a citation last week for the first time. I got handicap plates, and I know that there's handicap designated places, but we don't come down until 1 o'clock, and all those places are filled. So we're usually able to go up to, I think it's number 4, where we got the ticket, but there's no handicap parking designation. But my question is do I still get a ticket even though I have a handicap plate? I called Surfcast and they says I got to talk to you guys about it because it's a town ordinance that no matter where you are, if it's handicap or not, you still get a ticket.
So, thank you, sir, for coming. Alice, is this something we can follow up on after the meeting? Yes, sir.
Yep.
Thank you for letting us know about that.
Do I still be able to park without getting a citation?
Our town manager will follow up with you, sir. Is there anybody else signed up on the list?
No.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak now that hasn't signed up? Okay, then we are. This is just open. Everybody's here for the speed limit. I can already tell you that right now. Okay, so the next item is public presentation and hearings, and this would be myself asking the board for a motion to open the public hearing. And please realize that there is a 3-minute comment for everybody, and we will be gaveling. Just because there's so many of y'all here, I want everybody to be able to speak. So if I could have a motion to open the hearing?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I believe that what we're doing to start this is Chief in the back of the room. We were going to have him go through the slide he put together first to get us started. Ricky, could you hit the link so that everybody can see what we see?
I'm basically just doing a talking point on to clear up. I know people have been asking me about the wreck that happened on New River Inlet at the Jeffries parking lot. So I'll just clear that up because if it keeps coming up, people are confused about how it happened. That particular day when the young lady was hit, not a young lady, the woman that was hit across the street from the parking lot, the gentleman was parked in the parking lot at Jeffries on the dune side facing the ocean. He placed his vehicle in reverse, and then he lost control of it. He traveled in a semicircle around, crossed New River Inlet Road, ran over the lady, hit her on the leg, did a lot of damage. She had to be life flighted out, and she did okay on that. Then he went back across the road in another semicircle, and a Ford Mustang stopped him when he hit that. And that was the end of that wreck. But he wasn't traveling down the road and just ran over somebody in a crosswalk. The other info I provided was from March 21 to April 24, we had 52 accidents on New River Inlet Road. 26 of those were parking lot accidents or PVAs, private vehicular areas or private property. The majority was driver inattention, one speed factor. We had one gentleman that was traveling about 60 and he went across, he going this way and he went across into the marsh area and that stopped him. That hadn't happened anymore. So that just clear up some of those when people start asking some of the information.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much. And I believe Alderman Grant, you wanted to provide some
Yeah,
statistics.
and just one clarification from the chief, there were no injuries in any of those. In the ones you put up, there was no injuries?
There was none.
None. Okay, what I've done is, Terry will laugh if she's in the back. Yeah, can you put that up, Rick? The one was sent this morning? Yeah, the one that says, that I told you to put for the hearing? It's in the email. So what I did is I went back, and as people that know me, and Hannah's shaking her head, I like data. I like information. And there's a lot of information out there on this that needs to be cleared up. And that's not the one, Rick. Go to the other one. Thank you. That's going to be for when we have our regular meeting. So what I did is I went to the DOT website. I got their information on this. And so this is not my take on whether we should or should not do that. But as a starting point, we ought to all have the same information in our hands. Next slide. Under the DOT information that they sent us, and I'm hoping the DOT people will, I know they're here to help us and answer questions. They've got these criteria that they've listed to change the speed limits. Alignment of the roadway, types of development, density of driveways, how far you can see, crash history, and various speed data. Next slide, please. All right, so for the people that haven't read all this stuff, basically when DOT sent the letter to us, and just as a way of clarification, I keep hearing the town was not notified that either that there was a study going on or was involved in anything relating to the letter that we got about dropping the speed limit. And I guess you guys will talk about what your protocol is on something like that, if you will, we get up there. But we were not aware that you did a speed study. The town was not aware that you did a speed study or that you were looking at dropping the speed limit. Okay, but based on the findings, the speed data, this is from their letter, the speed data does not warrant a lower speed limit. Next slide. They then said, however, since there's a large residential presence along this road, we recommend a speed limit of 35 miles an hour. Again, from the DOT, this is their letter. Next. Per the DOT website, and again, I like data, the 10-year history of New River Inlet shows the following. There's been one incident involving injuries. There have been 0 fatalities. The rate injuries, if you take 10 years times one incident, is one incident every 3,650 days, or a daily rate of 0.00027 or 0.00027%. Those are the numbers. Basically, and there's been no fatalities. Next. This is a slide taken from the DOT website. If you look at this thing, if you see, and I'll get up and show you, they actually, it's kind of interesting, and I'm not taking on Surf City. There's a lot of dots in Surf City, okay? What they do is, if you look at the little dot right here in the middle. Yeah. No, I'll show you. This is, you can go onto their website and see this page. This is the information that says, look up so you see what you can do. That is the only accident that they did. Not their parking lots, not the emergency. And I'll get to what, and they can make reference. Stony is better able to talk about what their criteria are. But this comes off, this is actually a slide off of their website showing the data related to things. And speed was not a factor in the accident that was there, and there was one injury and no fatalities. Go. Next slide. This is the town data that the chief talked about. And it's a little bit different time frame. If you look, it's from 21 to 24. The difference is that my reading, and we'll get to their definition a little bit, is I believe that the DOT only logs in crashes or accidents that involve injuries on state highways. For example, you wouldn't log, if I hit somebody in the parking lot, you wouldn't log that in as something that's a DOT accident. I don't know, and you can address that when you guys will have a chance. But there was only one involved speeding, as the chief said, no injuries, and over half of them occurred in parking lots. Next. The parking lot incident, I'm going into a little bit more detail. This is not from the DOT. This is actually from the accident report, which is public information. I did redact the name of the people that were, the lady that was hurt. Okay, I did redact the name of the lady that was hurt because that's not what we should be doing. And as he talked about it, transited the parking lot, hit the pedestrian on the opposite side, and then went in a circle back. Next slide, Rick. This is from the police report. Black Ford Excursion facing east, backed up with full force and did not stop, continued to travel across New River Inlet, made a U-turn onto the sidewalk and hit her on the sidewalk with the husband. She was there with a husband and child. Continued to make a turn on the sidewalk and collided with her, causing her to be knocked down, and then basically, as he said, went right back into the parking lot and got stopped by another vehicle. So, not to be crass, apparently, I don't know the guy, I don't know who it was. I'm assuming, I've seen people panic, think they're hitting the brake and they hit the gas pedal because it was going. And also, obviously, the citations that issued were careless and reckless driving and improper backing. The accident happened with this individual backing up his vehicle, coming out of the parking lot. And I believe, and Mr. Youngener can tell me, I believe he was parked in the handicap spot at the parking lot, correct? All right, next slide. That's actually the schematic that is in the police report that shows, you know, that the loop, what happened. If you look at the top, the POI is the lady that got hit. And you can see she's on the sidewalk, not in the roadway. And he made the loop and came back in again. So this is all public information. I just want the facts out for everybody to look at. Next slide. Again, that's their data. Go ahead. And this is a general statute, a reportable crash is a crash involving a motor vehicle that results in more or one of the following: death or injury, or total property damage of $1,000 or more, or property damage to any amount of vehicle seized pursuant to that. So I put that up there so I think our DOT friends can give us more of an idea of what gets reported and what doesn't get reported. Next. And so basically from their data, over a 10-year period, there's no fatalities and one accident involving injuries. And this is only on New River Inlet. I didn't do any of the rest of the town or the surrounding things. If you go back a little bit, Ricky, go back a couple of slides. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. If you look, and again, you can see all the dots that are on that slide that are not with us. This is their website, the DOT website, showing accidents that have happened in the area that are not on New River and just on New River. Okay, go back to that last slide, Rick. Keep going, keep going. And this is something that there's a lot of confusion about what is a golf cart and what is a low-speed vehicle and who can do what. I threw this up there because the definitions, and these are statutory, this is out of the state statute, about what a low-speed vehicle is, what the golf cart is, and understanding that the Department of Transportation has the ability to prohibit low-speed vehicles. And I'll just put a statute up there because I think we'll be asking them questions on this. And I think that's the last slide, Rick. Okay. And again, I haven't made up my mind what I'm going to vote for, but these are the facts surrounding what the town's been in. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So at this point, I'd like to open it up to whoever has signed up to speak for the public hearing. Ms. Darian, do you have a list?
First, we have Susan Meyer of 2224 New River Inlet Road.
I thought maybe DOT would speak first, but
Would it be helpful?
I think it might be better to have that all the information before I speak.
That would be fine.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you, Susan. So if the DOT reps could come up, and I believe that the board has questions for them, or do you have something you'd like to speak to? Yes, sir.
I'll say a few words first, if that's okay.
Hang on, you gotta hit the button.
Hit the button, please.
Rick, can you put the last slide back up?
I'll say a few words first, if that's okay.
That'd be fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so I'm Stoney Mathis with the Department of Transportation. I'm the Division Traffic Engineer is my title. And we received a request to review the speed on New River Inlet Road from several citizens. I believe I counted 10 reply letters that we sent to citizens. So we did our review, did our study, looked at the road characteristics, rode the road, pulled the crash history, and completed our study and determined that 35 miles per hour is the appropriate speed. That's our recommendation for that road. And so for New River Inlet Road. And so we proceeded towards that. And we notified the town via email, I believe it was. And to answer your question about the protocol, that is typical that we would do our study and then notify the town of our findings. I heard what you said, and certainly moving forward, we can reach out and let you know, hey, we do have an ongoing study. We have had these inquiries, and we can do that moving forward. So that's really all I have, as intro to what we did and where we're at. And certainly I knew you had several points earlier, so I can try to address those. I don't know that I'll remember them all, but
Yeah, just, and if you can, again, I've spent so much time on this stuff because there's so much confusion about what's in there and out there. When I saw hard data, which is the speed limit, which you said was not, when you did the speed limit study, that was a no. You just said you looked at the crash data, are you telling me that one incident in 10 years justified, you're not justifying this on crash data? You can't.
well, that's part of it. That's part of the overall picture. We look at many factors.
Right, but the only hard data that I've seen, and correct me if I'm just trying to understand it, okay? This is not,
Yes,
my
sir.
dad worked for DOT for his whole career, and I started there, all right? But when I looked at this, the hard data is, you did a speed study, that's a no. The crash data I looked at was a no. What I understand is there was not another study, they just drove the road. Is that fair? I'm not saying the judgment's bad. I'm just saying that when I'm trying to get it, so go ahead.
I think so it's all part, I see what you're saying, and it's all part of one study.
Right.
I think the focus is on the statement that's in the letter, correct me if I'm wrong about it, but the letter says this doesn't, let me just read it, so, and I know you had it on the screen earlier.
Okay.
Based on the findings, the speed data does not warrant a lower speed limit.
Yes.
So that's in the previous sentence, which is in the previous paragraph, and I'll read that. The 85th percentile speeds were 55, we set up several places along the road that we get the actual readings from.
Yep.
And the 85th percentile speeds were 55 miles per hour, 54 miles per hour, and 47 miles per hour within the 45 mile per hour zone, and 43 miles per hour within the 35 mile per hour zone. So that sentence in the next paragraph, based on the findings, the speed data does not warrant a lower speed limit. That's referring back to that 85th percentile speeds that were found.
I understand.
And we do look at the 85th percentile speed. That is a key factor,
Right.
but that's not the only factor. There are other factors.
Okay.
There's sight distance, there's
They were up there.
pedestrian involvement, bicyclists, potential for those pedestrians and bicyclists to be there, curvature of the road, many factors that come into play, crash history and so forth. To address the crash history, the data that we looked at is 22 crashes in the 5-year period, which range from, we've got it here, and that's typical for us to look at the previous 5-year history. And at that time, it was from November 1st, 2018 to October 31st, 2023. And there were 22 crashes. Addressing the injuries, because I believe that was part of the discussion earlier, there were 3 crashes that had injuries of those 22 crashes within that 5-year period. One of those is a pedal cyclist crash where there was a B injury, which is there's fatalities, A injury in the order of severity. There's fatalities, A injury, B injury, and C injury, and property damage only. So that pedal cyclist crash was a B injury crash. There was a previous crash. It says ran off the road crash, and that was a C injury crash. And then there's a rear end crash, and that was had 2 C injuries in that crash. One other thing, I know you mentioned about the parking lots. Does it pick up parking lots? I have seen studies where it does pick up in parking lots. Okay. Some of the crashes that are returned do pick up in parking lots.
And just a couple, and I apologize, I've spent so much time on this. When you go through those 22, right?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
understand that that's about 1 incident every 100,000 transits on that road?
I didn't look at that particular data
I did.
of the,
I
you know,
did.
the volume,
And that-
comparing
that's
with the
being
traffic volume.
That's
and
being
so forth.
generous. I'm just trying to understand, because the judgment on the curvature and stuff like that is a judgment issue to me. I don't see the numbers that, maybe you've got better numbers. I don't see the numbers that support what you're talking about.
So, Alderman Grant, I think we need to give the rest of the board members a chance
Okay,
to
that's
also
fine.
ask questions,
Sure.
if that's right.
Okay.
Ms. Olszewski, do you have any questions for the DOT?
No, I mean, I don't think we're at a level where we can totally, talk to your criteria or how you do your studies. So I appreciate that you actually responded to citizens on the island and actually did the study and came to the town with a recommendation. So thank you for responding to our citizens and coming here today. I do appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So my question is when you come to an area, our municipality doesn't end at Town Hall. If you go all the way to Surf City Line, it looks like because you got 10 people to ask, can you study this from here up? Is it only initiated if you get residents questioning the speed? Because we're not a huge town, and I was concerned that the study didn't go all the way to the Surf City Line, and that we left out part of our town in the study. And I thought that might have been a miss since we only looked at part of it. So I would like to know, maybe for the next time, do you initiate studies on your own, or are they only prompted if you've been getting letters from citizenry?
We typically respond to inquiries, and that can be from citizens, that can be from the town, elected officials. We will respond, and it doesn't have to be 10, it can be one
Okay.
inquiry.
All right.
But we normally are responding to inquiries from others. At times, we may initiate our own studies if we know of something or have some concern that comes to our attention outside of a request, then we may initiate a study on our own.
All right.
But
Thank you.
in this case, it was those citizen requests on New River Inlet Road. So we weren't asked to look at 210 at that time.
All right. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions?
Thank you for being here. You laid out the factors that you use in studies to consider changes in speed limits, but the information that you've given us, you didn't give us those factors in the letter that was written. It was just basically a sentence that said we recommend, based on our visual observations of driving the road, at least the your colleague that appeared last month before this board said that I drove the road, and I agree that the speed limit should be lowered to 35 miles an hour. So my point, following up on Alderman Grant, is the factors that you did use, you didn't present those to us in a way that we could understand the numbers, so to speak. It was just, from what we can understand, it was basically an engineer's observation as that person drove the road, rather than based on actual factors that you just talked about. So that's more my comment than a question.
So part of it,
Where's
to
the data?
address that, because I heard the word judgment earlier from Mr. Grant, and I appreciate that, and I hear what you say as well. And part of it was riding the road. That's part of the road characteristics in doing a field review and checking out riding the road for yourself, from the department side for ourselves. And really part of the study is engineering judgment in the end. And that is referenced in the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, engineering judgment. That's part of what we do as part of our jobs. And that is something that we don't put all of that in letters and correspondence and so forth, as typically we don't put that. You know, we considered all of these things and we thought about this and this was part of our judgment. That's not normally something we're putting in our correspondence to folks. We normally, you know, reference, hey, thank you for your submission, your request. We've completed a study. Here are our findings. That's a typical reply that we have. And then we, much like we're doing now, if there's further questions and need for clarification, we can have those phone calls, emails, meetings, et cetera, to talk about it.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Leonard.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you coming down. Just a few questions. The first one is, when was the speed study actually conducted? What month?
Okay, let me refer back to that, please. So the speed study would have occurred over several days or weeks total. I'm looking for the dates that the data was actually gathered, as far as the speed data itself. It was I'm seeing January 3rd and January 2nd of this year.
Okay. Okay. You're probably hearing some chuckling from the audience about that.
Yes, sir.
This town is effectively two different worlds, in the winter and in the summer, okay? And I think it would have probably been a little more realistic to have done it maybe spring or fall or even now, to get a better idea what speeds are. I mean, middle of January, February, there's nobody here, okay? There ain't nobody here but us crickets. And it's a completely different world here, and I think the data was a bit skewed because of it. And that's just my opinion, okay? All
And
right.
we can definitely go back and do the study again at this time. I mean,
Okay.
run the
Yeah,
number,
I
get that
think-
speed data
Yeah,
again.
I think
anyway.
it would give you a completely different picture and perhaps a more accurate picture of what happens here, okay? Next question. It was mentioned, I know, it's been mentioned a lot in a letter to the DOT, and then it was mentioned in the change.org petition that was circulated around through social media. There was a lot of reference to the accident of, I think it was actually, 2020, but it was like yesterday's date or the day before. It was like right about this time of year. And I'm curious whether or not, when you got the letters and started to consider whether or not to do the speed study, did NCDOT review the accident report, investigation report for that accident as part of your determination?
What was the date of that one?
2020?
Let's see. I'm showing 6 accidents in 2020. Do you know the exact date of that one? And I could,
It was,
on the one you gave in the slideshow, his presentation. All right, great. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see. 6/4/2020.
it's like June 4th, I think.
Bear with me just a minute.
It just says June 2020. I'm looking at it. Well, I've got the police report. Hold on a second. I've got the report.
Backing it up.
All right, I've got the police
Bear with me
report
just
here.
a minute, please.
Unless you can find it first.
Yeah. I'm looking to see if I can find that report.
It's June 4th, 2020.
June 4th, 2020. I'm looking to see if I can find the actual 349. Since
You
it's
might want
into the roadway. Yeah.
to, okay,
I'm not readily seeing that one. I see a
Okay.
June 6, 2020, but I'm not seeing the June 4th,
Okay.
2020.
Well, here's
That's why I
here's-
was kind of looking through to see if that
Okay.
date might have
okay.
come into
Here's
play.
the reason I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
The way this was described in the letter, the one letter I've seen that was sent to the DOT asking for the speed study, only mentions that a woman was seriously injured in the crosswalk pushing a stroller. It leaves out a very significant fact. And the fact is that, as the chief described, this accident began in the parking lot. It began in the parking lot by somebody putting a car in reverse and confusing the brake and the gas. It did not result from a vehicle driving at speed at or above or near the posted speed on New River Inlet Road. By leaving out the fact that how that accident began and occurred, it leads the reader to potentially conclude that someone was driving down New River Inlet Road at speed and clipped a woman in a crosswalk. That's what it looks like. And by omission of that fact, it created a false narrative. And did that false narrative result in a speed study? And all this stuff, is that what brought us here today? And it's an open-ended question, and I'm not expecting you to answer it. I'm more making a statement, and I apologize, Mayor, for that. But I'm wondering how we got here. And it seems that we got here by using the accident, the unfortunate event, and leaving out a serious, significant fact. And it brings us to, how did we get here? And we leave out, well, it was a parking lot accident, somebody getting confused with the gas and the brake in reverse. As opposed to driving down the highway or driving down State Route 1568 at speed.
Well, and I don't
You
think, as you said, Alderman, I don't think you're looking for a
looking
response, and
for
you're
an answer.
seeing
No, I
that
just
that
want-
was being used in a lot of social media and things like that as a reason for the reduction, so I think that's why you
Yeah, I
had brought that
just-
up. So I'm gonna move on
Yep,
to
I'm
Alderman Plettle.
done. Thank
If
you.
she has any questions.
Oh, I just have one question, and thank you for coming. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome, thank you.
Is this lowering of the speed limit to 35, is this already a done deal by the DOT, or does the town have any significant input into this, or is it already going to happen?
We have our recommendation. To directly answer your question, I want to hear what, I wanted to have all these discussions today, answer questions, here's what's said, hear what is being said, take that back, look back through our process in the sense of take this information and consider it moving forward. So to answer your question, I'm, in all fairness, I'll say it's not a done deal. I wanted to hear this, take it back, and go from there. Again, we have our recommendation of 35, so I feel confident in that, and we made our determination. We considered. One other thing I would just like to say is, if a pedestrian is hit at 45 miles per hour, it's pretty much a very severe injury or fatality. The lower you get, so if a crash occurs, that kind of thing with a pedestrian. If it's 35, it's still an injury if you look at the statistically, but it's normally not on the level of fatality. There's a whole chart of what the injuries are at 25, 35, and 45. But anyway, we'll carry this information back. I just wanted to put that in there, but we'll carry this information back and consider it.
Okay, I just had.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one quick question since they come
This is
up.
it.
First off, 5 mile an hour is safer too than 35 or 25.
All right, you get one
So,
question.
Here's my question, because the thing that bothered me the most about the 35 is the thing that's highlighted right there. If you guys drop the speed limit to 35 miles an hour, then LSVs are going to be going back and forth on 5 miles of this. And if you've been out here in the summertime, that is an accident waiting to happen. And we have no control over LSVs. You do. Your recommendation to us was to give us an ordinance on golf carts that still lets them on the road, okay, on this road. So when you're going back and looking at this, it seems to me if you're making a determination about safety on this stuff, I'd like you to explain to me why you, as the DOT, are not banning LSVs on the road.
Well, and I think that that's an open-ended statement also. Yeah, we need to really, I would like to hear from the citizens too, and I think, so sir, thank you so much. We may have more questions, but for now, we'll start with Susan Meyer, who was back up there. Where'd she go? You're first, Susan. Thank you, sir.
First off, thank you, everybody, for thinking about this so carefully. Susan Meyer, 2224 New River Inlet Road, Unit 138. I do live up further north where it is 35 miles per hour. In the summertime, we have golf carts all over the place, going from street to street and across the street and all over. Now, I understand that they're supposed to be road legal. However, people have golf carts that are not road legal. They see the legal ones, they go, oh, I can ride my golf cart wherever I want. And I've seen children drive them. It's a lot of fun for Grandpa to get in there with his kid and let him drive. They forget that this is a community as well as a vacation spot. And being that it would be 35, I think it would be a big can of worms to open up and allow golf carts the whole length of New River Inlet Road. The other point I'd like to make is, like I said, I live here. We live here full time. And when I have to go down New River Inlet Road in the summertime, we don't go 35. We go 10, 15, 5. Is this my house? Is this my turn? And you can't pass because they might just turn in front of you. So you just have to really pay attention at all times. In the wintertime, 45 is no problem. And I would like to see a study during the summer because it is two different worlds. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Alice, who's next?
Gray Chapman, 13 Osprey Drive.
Press the button.
Yes, please. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
There you
Okay.
go.
Oh, you did not press. Gray Chapman, 13 Osprey Drive. I started the petition because of my concern about the speed on New River Inlet Road. I walk the beach with my small dogs and crossing, no matter what time of year, there's always people speeding right at Osprey, and I feel unsafe. I wanted to provide everybody with the updated petition numbers for all those people who couldn't be here today. There was 575 total signatures. 10 of those were, there was 585, 10 were eliminated as trash. 357 were North Carolina signatures. 152 of those were local property owners in Sneads Ferry, North Topsail Beach, Holly Ridge, or Jacksonville. 44 of those were registered voters in North Topsail Beach, and 86 total signatures had properties in North Topsail Beach, and only 23 of those were on Osprey Drive, so this is not an Osprey-only issue. I've learned a lot through this petition process, and I want to share some of those things that I've learned with you all today, and talk, if I have time, read some of the comments from those who left comments on the petition. This is not a single community issue. 63 North Topsail Beach property owners that are not in the Crystal Shores or Osprey Drive community agree with lowering this limit. I was surprised to learn about the hatred and fear of golf carts through this process. This hatred and fear seems to be more important to some than improving the safety of our residents and visitors. Since some of my neighbors have previously tried to get a parking area for golf carts with a crosswalk in front of our neighborhood and were denied by the town, there seems to be a misconception that all Crystal Shores cares about is getting a golf cart. That is simply not true, and I'm sure that you will hear from others in the Crystal Shores community about why that speed should be lower. The town has already gotten rid of the town-specific ordinance for the street-legal golf carts or low-speed vehicles last year, instead relying on the North Carolina state regulations. How likely is it that a few residents will buy expensive low-speed vehicles and incur the cost to register and maintain them when there's nowhere to really go? No one can argue the lower speed in the DOT's revocation of the town exemption of a 45 zone will not be safer. I think that the DOT guy did a great job explaining that. Is the fear of the potential for a small number of people driving a low-speed vehicle more important than improving the safety of our residents and visitors? I'm just asking that you please have some compassion for those of us who live in the 45-mile-an-hour zone and don't live in the 35-mile-an-hour zone. Do we really have to wait for somebody to get seriously injured for this to actually happen? Since starting this petition, the lady who was injured a few years ago that I referenced in the petition reached out to me and my husband. I was so glad to find out that she had recovered. I did not know the details of the accident. The accident was in the parking lot, as you all now know, beside the road. She and her husband could not have been more clear to us that the road beside the beach accesses is unsafe, and they vehemently support the speed reduction. They both signed the petition. They also said that they have chosen to go to a different beach during the summer because of this dangerous road. I just wanted to read you the comments that they made.
Well, you
I'm
have
over?
5 seconds left.
Okay, I will have someone else read those. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And who would be next?
Kevin Finger, 17 Osprey Drive.
And now I know there's a bell, so I will try and warn you if you get close to it.
All right, no booing. Okay. Good morning. It's been a while. Glad to be here today. And thanks for my name is Kevin Finger, 17 Osprey. Thanks for taking the time to have this meeting. A couple quick items and maybe a rhetorical question or two. I respect the work the Board of Aldermen, the city manager, the police, the fire department have done over the years managing New River Inlet Road. To the point, New River Inlet Road, in my opinion, is not built to safely handle the ever-increasing volume in traffic. Ever-increasing volume. You know, we've talked a lot for the last 20 minutes or so about what's happened in the past. Our job as leaders is to look to the future and start thinking about that. Not that we haven't. NCDOT has done studies over the years with projections on the growth. Read through those studies, they're very good. The city has also done a land use plan. I think Deb Hill did it. Excellent study. The numbers correlate with the kind of the growth that we're seeing, if not more advanced than that. Things, you know, that are success with home building, you know, I don't know whether everybody realizes from City Hall to the north end, we've built approximately 120 new homes since 2018. 120. If you average 5 people per home on a rental, which I think is low, you've got that amount of volume hitting the streets. And to everybody's point, it's a summertime issue. I live here full-time, have for 10 years. We've all seen the growth. That's a lot of homes. That's a lot of cars being put on the road that, quite frankly, nobody here designed or built. And it's, I think, the second iteration. Those of you who've been here longer, maybe this is the third time we had to replace the road. The first one's out in the ocean, right? The second one we're driving on. So my point is, it's a beach service road. It's a tough environment to build a road, and I think everybody's doing their best to keep it serviceable. So think toward the future. If you add in contractors, service and utility people, along with landscaping equipment and trailers who are now servicing all the neighborhoods, along with our own city employees who are required to maintain the right of way and mow that grass, while a lot of us are bouncing down the road at 45 plus miles an hour. In the future, I just think it's going to get more and more dangerous. You know, I've seen it in my 9-10 years coming up. It's just a lot harder to get across the road and a lot more dangerous. We all just have to use it safely. And I personally,
So you can say yes or no, or against still. We'll give you that.
I think I've already said it, against 35.
You've got to say something.
I know.
Against
But thank you, North Carolina DOT, for taking the time and effort to do the study.
or against what? 35.
I'm for 35.
Okay. Thank you, Alice. Who's next? Uh-huh.
Dean Brown, 5 Osprey Circle.
Am I speaking? Okay. My name is Dean Brown. I live at 5 Osprey Circle. Been here about 6 years. Love it. Enjoy it. Y'all do a great job in running the community, and no argument against that. I'm not here. I do not own a low-speed vehicle, no golf cart included, but I do walk my dog twice a day across that road. I know for a fact 45 is being abused all the time. No question in my mind. I don't have a gun with a radar, but I know that. And on top of that, there's cars, following cars, and it's a passing zone. You can pass. So there's cars passing cars doing 45. The speed limit is too fast in that section. It needs to be dropped to 35. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alice, who's next?
You need to check on the
I'm trying to read the writing. Julie Casanvas, 3 Osprey Circle.
Julio?
Julio.
You must be a dog.
Sorry, I was not sure if that was an O or an E. My apologies.
Good morning. My name is Julio Casanas. I'm on 3 Osprey Circle. Been here 4.5 years. And I just feel that the road at 45 is a little bit too fast. I walk my dogs. I ride my bicycle on the sidewalks, and a lot of time people are flying. Summertime, you also have people going way over 45 miles. I think it's a safety issue. I got my grandkids coming up. We all go to the beach. We love it. It's a great place. You guys do a great job. I'm for 35 miles an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shane Bardis. 13 Osprey Drive.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shane Bardis. I'm at 13 Osprey Drive, and I am for the reduction of the speed to 35 mile an hour. recommended speed limit by the NCDOT. The reason for that is severalfold. The one thing that Alderman Grant failed to mention was that while there may not have been any fatal accidents along New River Inlet last year, just a little over a year ago, May 4th, there was a fatal accident in a 45-mile-an-hour zone on 210 in North Topsail Beach. And speed is always a factor. So your ability to, for one, see and react to something decreases as your speed increases. The velocity or the energy that your vehicle has increases with the square of the velocity. So if you're going 10 miles an hour and going 20, your kinetic energy of your vehicle doesn't go up twofold, it goes up fourfold. So that energy all has to be removed from the vehicle in order to stop. So that means your stopping distances increase from 166 feet at 45 to 106 feet at 35. And as NCDOT pointed out too, your ability to survive an accident goes up dramatically at 40 miles an hour versus higher speeds. So I think, from my perspective, I'm very concerned with safety, walking our small dogs, getting to the beach. I mean, that's why we live here, we moved here. But the other concern I have with the board's seeming reluctance to address this is, what does this do to our exposure in terms of liability of the community? And I sent an email to Attorney Edes. Am I saying that correctly? Edes. So I'd be curious to hear from him as to what this does in terms of the town's liability. And from what I can do, and I'm a layperson, I'm not an attorney, it looks like that the town can actually be gone after, especially if it's been pointed out specifically. You're shaking your head, but I don't want to hear from you, Alderman Grant. That's fine. So what I'm curious is, and there's precedent for this. There's case law that backs this up, and I've looked it up. And you can look it up yourselves, and I encourage you to do so. So that's my main concern is now, can the town be gone after if we don't abide by the decrease in the speed limit, and then someone is injured or killed, and it's a matter of time. The crash data that was presented of one accident or one injury was incorrect. The letter that was sent to the whole board was indicated the DOT data, which was 22 accidents in 5 years, and there was injuries involved in those as well. So now that is known, and if we don't abide by the speed limit reduction that's proposed or recommended, does that increase the town's liability, and could someone then pursue a legal recourse in recouping fees for any injuries or deaths that occur as a result of the current speed limit? Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next?
Jan Johnston, 35 Osprey Drive. What's that say? Ames?
Hi, my name is Jan Johnston. I live at 35 Osprey Drive. My husband and I just moved here about a year ago, actually almost exactly a year ago, registered voters, and we love the community. It's wonderful. I am fully supportive of the lowering of the speed limit to 35. I do walk, I'm obviously a year-round resident. I do walk frequently early in the morning, and particularly in those winter months when there's not as much traffic, granted, at least not as much beach traffic, but there is a lot of construction traffic and there's a lot of commercial traffic that is going down that road at 45 or 50 or 55 miles an hour and trying to cross the road from Osprey Drive to get over to the sidewalk, because there's no sidewalk on our side of the street. So to get over to the sidewalk to walk early in the morning, especially when it's dark, it's dangerous. And I just think the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit is too high, and I think it needs to be lowered, so I'm fully supportive of lowering it. Thank you.
Dan Ames, 1896 New River Inlet Road, number 1401.
Hello. Hit the button. Dan Ames, 1896 New River Inlet Road. I'm a full-time resident, and I got a couple points. I drive this road every day, so you want data. I drive it every day, so I see it. And a little bit of common sense that you see, more days that I drive than not, I have to drop below 45. I mean, yeah, sure, there's days in the winter months that I can go 45, but almost probably 60 to 80% of the time I have to drop below 45. And that's, you know, what's that telling you? That's telling you that the speed naturally is not 45. Number two, I live in Shipwatch, which is in the 35 zone, and I'm telling you, probably 50 to 60% of the speed of the traffic that goes by there is above 35 already. So that is a problem right now. And thirdly, there is a second, the other gentleman's notion that the amount of construction that's been going on this year has been amazing this winter. And that's really impeding, not just the travel, but the parking 1 foot into the lane. And you know, that, and then you get the water on the roads. You know, that's not figured into the study. After rain, you know, there's nowhere to go, and you have to kind of move out of the way. Another factor, you know, these poor guys on his recumbent bike with his whirligigs. You know, you have to watch out for these guys. He's well marked, but you know, that's another factor that you have. It should be slower. Certainly, it should be 35 miles an hour. So it's not necessarily about accidents. It's about common sense and what it should be, 35 miles an hour. Thank you.
Jeff Meyer, 2224 New River Inlet Road, number 138.
Jeff Meyer, New River Inlet Road, number 138. I'm concerned with the golf cart issue. Yes, I live in the 35 zone, and we're not far from the very north end, which if they're doing 35 there, I'm way off because most of them are doing 45, 50 miles an hour. They've been at the beach drinking all day. I've seen the increase in golf carts down there. I watch them cut across. The golf carts are very dangerous. I'm in favor of keeping the speed limit at 45 miles an hour. I would like to see more, as good as a job as our police department does in this town, and they should be commended for it. I think with a little bit more enforcement, we could probably slow down a lot of people. There are people that if they're doing 45, 50 miles an hour now are not going to change because the speed limit is 35. I would love to see maybe some of the passing lanes shut down because I think that's where you see a lot of the increase in speed. Again, I'm opposed to changing the speed limit to 35. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Fred Fontana, 1866 New River Inlet Road, number 3203.
Good morning. I guess I'm in the minority as well, like Jeff. I'd like to see it stay as 45 miles an hour. As a year-round resident during the winter months, like, you know, there are just crickets here. 45 is more than is adequate during the winter. I got a couple of recommendations. One, that I know you're all working on getting the bike lanes. I think getting the bike lanes built on New River Inlet Road would assist in the safety for the pedestrians and the bicyclists. I encourage you to keep on top of that. Also, as far as doing what people are driving, I encourage DOT to go down to Surf City right now where the speed limit is 35. And I would make a bet that the 85th percentile on 35 is between 40 and 45. People are going to drive what they feel is a safe thing to drive, no matter what the speed limit posted is. And finally, if we lose the battle for the 45, I would encourage, and I've seen this done elsewhere, and I hate to say it was New Jersey, but in town similar to North Topsail Beach, where it's just a summer town, they have 2 speed limits. From May through, well, essentially up there from Memorial Day to Labor Day, the speed limit is 35. and for the rest of the year, it's 45. So you could do that here, say from May 1st to October 1st, or whatever, the traffic volume makes sense for. Make the speed limit 35 and leave it 45 during the winter. I counted the signs. Again, like Rick, and that's my nerdy civil engineering background, like Rick's is. There are 5 45-mile-an-hour speed limits going northbound, and there are 4 going southbound. Changing out 9 signs twice a year does not seem to be too much of a burden, if in fact it does have to be reduced to 35 during the summer. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Suzanne Van, 1921 New River Inlet Road.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Suzanne Van. I own several properties, but stay at 1921 New River Inlet Road. And I'm one of those that has a golf cart that is registered in the state of North Carolina as road ready. It's got everything my husband made sure of. But I'm cautious about that. And what I'm about to say is nothing to do with golf carts. It's about safety. We all have grandchildren, family, and friends that loves to come to the beach. And it is a dangerous place when you have to park on one side of New River Inlet Road and walk across to get to the beach. Whether that is to go to Splash at Villa, all the public parking spaces, the residentials, it is very dangerous. And one of the solutions to this, I like the idea that Mr. Fred made about 2 different, but that's not going to cure the safety. I propose if the DOT would think about the posts at all the cross places of the public parking areas, whether they be the ones that are have to pay or free, to have a post that you mash the button when you get up to it, and at the villa, mash the button and all the flashing lights starts going, and if somebody don't stop, then the chief can give them a ticket. Therefore, because I find myself sometimes not slowing down like I should, because I'm looking, look at that house, look at that, and not paying that much attention. But if you had those yellow flashing lights, that would draw your attention that a pedestrian is fixing to cross the road. So I would ask the DOT and the town if they will look into the flashing lights at all the crosswalks that may be available all the way down New River. That would satisfy everybody, because it would satisfy our concern for the safety of residents, renters, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kathy Baker, 2343 New River Inlet Road.
Hi, my name is Kathy Baker, 2343 New River Inlet Road, North Topsail Beach. We live at the far end of North Topsail, okay? And we've lived here for 5 years, and we have driven this road so many times. You know, if you lower the speed limit on the highway to 40, people are still going to get in accidents. I don't care where you are, okay? We have a lot of people that come to the river, get drunk, and come by our house in real loud, obnoxious. You know, how are we going to stop that? We're not going to stop that, okay? Most of the time I travel New River Inlet Road, people are driving at 30, 35, maybe up to 40. Very rarely are we going 45, especially during tourist season, okay? If we lower it to 35, we're going to have people going 25. And some of us that live here full time, we drive it because we have somewhere to be. I don't want to be traveling down New River Inlet Road at 10 miles an hour. You know, it's just, the lower you drop the speed limit, people are going to drive slower. Oh yeah, I got a house over here and they're driving 20 miles an hour to find this house in a 45. That's frustrating. When I have to be somewhere or when I want to be somewhere, I like going the speed limit. And I see more people going under the speed limit than over.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just me. And as for those people crossing New River Inlet Road, it's all about common sense. You see a car coming, you wait till it passes, then you cross. I don't see why we can't put a little common sense into this. That's what I have
Thank
to
you,
say.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Hannah McLeod, 1835 New River Inlet Road.
Here comes the voice of history.
Hannah McLeod, 1835 New River Inlet Road. I live in a 35. Most of the time, people are going exceeding 35. But one of the major issues of where the 35 from the beach access 1 down is that there are roads and houses and many, many more people crossing the road there because the beach accesses are all on the east side. In the section between New River Inlet, in the section of New River Inlet Road between Island Drive 210 and the park, I can see 35. I mean, it would only make sense. You can only drive 35 there anyway if you care about anybody walking, opening a door. But in the other areas, if we raise it to 45, we're going to have, well, it is 45. If we lower it to 35, we're going to have golf carts all over the place. And now that there's rental golf carts and there's so many more people, and every one of these new houses don't have enough room to turn around and exit. So everybody's backing out on the street. So if we have golf carts that, as we said here, can only go 20 miles an hour, and you're behind 1 or 2 golf carts, people are going to try to pass them. And that's going to even be more issue. If we made the speed limit 35 or 40, we would, if we made it 40, maybe that would help eliminate some of the issue. Thank you.
Steve Kramer, 1879 New River Inlet Road.
I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity. Steve Kramer, 1879 New River Inlet Road. And I guess if I have to say one way or the other, if I'm for or against, I guess I will be for the change of 35. Quite frankly, I don't really have a dog to hunt in that fight, but I do feel strongly that the speed limit is too fast. I do live in the 35 currently. Do people go 35? No. That's actually a pretty high speed area. I ride this island by bike 45 to 50 miles a week, and only ride at sunrise for safety reasons, because that's the only time I do feel safe. Bless these guys that are out there midday, because I watch people text, I watch people speed, I watch people pass. I've seen it all. I can tell you every bump in the road. Especially the danger area is just before it turns to the 35, because there's a lot of activity on this road, let's face it. People opening doors, kids stepping out onto the road. It's a pretty high intense area, let alone all the construction vehicles we've got running around and so forth right now. But what I would love to see personally, and I know our police department does a wonderful, wonderful job maintaining the island. I've been here 7 years, and if we could do a little bit more enforcement, whether it's 35, if we could do a little bit more enforcement, if it's 45, let's gain some revenue, folks, because it's there, okay? I can tell you that, and that's pretty much my spiel, and I thank you again for the time.
You can't, that's illegal to do that anymore. Melissa Delsimer, I apologize if I said that incorrectly, 28 Osprey Drive.
Good morning. I will say that I'm for the speed limit. The speed limit is not my biggest concern. Everyone is driving very fast on that road. And you can say it's only 3 months when the people are here in the summer that, you can't go 35. The majority of people go much faster than that. My concern is the broken lines. The passing zone goes the whole way down to the park. And I don't understand that. People are trying to pass where they should not be. That is a huge concern for me. Also, the crosswalks. There needs to be more crosswalks, especially our neighborhood. I live in Osprey, 28 Osprey Drive, and we've asked for a crosswalk, and we've asked for public parking, and we don't have those things. So our only option is trying to cross that road at 45, and sometimes you just stand there. I've been coming down here for 17 years, and now I'm a permanent resident. Drivers used to stop and let you cross the road, and they no longer do that. Now you stand there for a very long time where people are blowing by you, trying to cross the road with children, grandchildren, dogs, whatever. I really think it should be addressed for a safety issue. I don't really care about the whole golf cart issue. I think that's completely separate and could be addressed as a separate issue by the board. This is a safety issue for the residents who live here, summer, winter, trying to cross the road. Thank you.
Mark Barefoot, 246 Sandpiper Drive.
All right, Mark Barefoot, 246 Sandpiper Drive. Been a resident since 2015. Left for a few years, and some of you may be glad I'm back. Some of you may wish I'd never fucking come back. Excuse me, never come back. Long story short, I don't want to see any knee-jerk reactions. I'm glad the study was done. I'm glad you guys are in the position you're in. Some of you I like, some of you I don't. You're in a really difficult position. 45 is nice in the winter, 35 in the summer. Hate to say I'm a Southern boy and agree with somebody from New Jersey, but that's kind of my stance. But with my 3 minutes, I'd like to explore a few other things. Again, I don't want it to be a knee-jerk reaction. What have we done to prevent from getting to this point? Years ago, when we didn't have a town hall and we were meeting at the Regis, I said we needed a safety committee to discuss driving because we had yield signs at Coastal, Oyster, and Port. We pulled the yield signs down, put stop signs. I said we needed speed bumps on Seagull. Nothing's happened. It's a 20-mile-an-hour on Seagull. They fly through there on 2 wheels going around the corner. Again, you guys are in a tough predicament. The fatality happened on Island Drive, not North New River Inlet Road. You guys have the sand issue. The northerners, the southerners, you need to unite the town, quit this division. If you're going to do 35, it needs to be the whole town. You have the ability to put ordinances in to take care of the golf carts and slow vehicles. Their recommendation is not you will do it. They're making a recommendation. It is up to you guys to make the decision and make it happen. Down at Beach Access 1, there's no crosswalk. No painted lines. Beach Access 2, there's no crosswalk. Beach Access 2, passing zone both directions. So give me a break. We should have taken care of this decades ago and not today. And it really trips my trigger that we're sitting here bitching about 10 miles an hour when everybody knows 45 in the winter, 35 in the summer. Just make it happen. And thank you for your time.
Cameron Kegel, 3902 River Road.
Cameron Kegel, 3902 River Road. We got to get like 3 or 4 more studies. I don't know why you're using the 85th percentile. What were you seeing in the 60th percentile? What were you seeing at the 25th percentile? What was the mean speed of the road? I mean, I think your stats are a little off because you come out here on the 3rd of January. I mean, give us about 4 studies here. The volume of traffic is going to slow us down because inherently the more cars you put on that road, the slower we go. You come out here 3 or 4 times a year, you'll see that. I passed everybody in this room, I bet. I passed every one of you, going at least 50. Passes on or not. I ain't got time for it. I would hate to inconvenience your walk to the beach with a 35-mile-an-hour zone change. I don't want to inconvenience your little walk to the beach should not be inconvenienced by this. Right on, buddy. So I don't need my work day, and you can respect my 3 minutes.
Madam Mayor.
All right? I don't need my work day delayed.
Mr. Krugel, 1 second. Just the comment should be directed to the board, not to the public.
It's a public hearing, Mr. Eads. I can't direct my comments to the public.
The comments, it's a public hearing for the board.
Well, I'm trying to talk about some sideways talk I'm hearing from the public here.
Mr. Krugel, to maintain appropriate decorum, you should address your comments to the board, and the public should refrain from commenting on anybody up there. And in order to prevent that, we strive to refrain from this direct engagement here. This is a public hearing for the elected body. And I assure you...
Hey, how y'all doing? Can we stop the clock or y'all give me another minute?
If you direct your comments to the board and someone from the public interrupts you, we will address that as well, sir.
Thanks.
And
I've been a few of these. It's the first I've ever heard of this. But
well, you saw how quickly
but
that digressed.
I'd hate for these folks walk to get into the beach and get inconvenienced. You know, let's just shut the whole road down to 35. Man, some of these people behind me live up here with me at the end of this island. And I can tell you, April, May, June, July, and let's see, maybe 2 weeks after Labor Day, we're not going 45. We're going 38. We're going 42. I'm going to go 48 when I pass you in the passes zone. Can I direct any comments to the Department of Transportation representative, Mr. Eads?
If you have,
this road was engineered for 45 miles an hour by the DOT. It's been maintained at that engineering at 45 miles an hour. So why all of a sudden it's not good enough? We're getting more houses, more volume, so it's going to slow us down. That's all it is. I don't know about the golf carts, but I do know one thing. A lot of people from one road that is not New River Inlet Road want this road changed to 35 miles an hour. And that doesn't seem right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The last signature we have is Mr. Mathis from NCDOT. I don't know if you wanted to say anything else. Or
he's still bleeding. He's still bleeding.
But I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Now he's limping.
Right. Just a couple of things. There is potential for a seasonal speed limit ordinance, as has been mentioned. That would involve the town being responsible for changing out the signs at the appropriate times. With respect to the golf carts and the low-speed vehicles, my understanding is that the town can pass an ordinance prohibiting the golf carts, and we as DOT can consider and review potentially passing an ordinance restricting the low-speed vehicles. So those are a couple of things that can come up. So,
thank you.
Okay.
Is there anybody else in the audience that didn't get a chance to speak that would like to?
We have one additional, Mr. Bill O'Donnell from 3612 Island Drive.
You already introduced me and said where I live. I've lived on this island 40 years. I live south of Rogers Bay Campground. Very dangerous area year-round. We don't need more people to get killed. I would like to see the town-wide speed limit of 35 miles an hour, just like Surf City is 35 miles an hour. In fact, I'd like to see the whole island 35 miles an hour because I feel that it would be much safer and we don't need any more people getting killed to prove a point. I don't care how fast people speed. I want it lower so that then the police have more evidence to stop them. They patrol very well. Right now, I notice when I come across a high-rise bridge onto the island, they're often policemen. They're doing their job. But if it was 35, it would be a lot safer. I know if they don't change it to where I live, which is south of Rogers Bay, people are going to get killed in that crosswalk at Rogers Bay, and we don't need that. I mean, I don't care if you have to get to work. Slow down so you don't kill somebody. It's not that important. I've lived here 40 years. I've worked in Jacksonville most of that time. I had to get to work. We deal with that. Grow up. Be mature. Be responsible. Set the speed limit for 35 for the whole town. Thank you.
And just for a matter of record, we did receive, I received various emails from residents who wanted to voice their opinion, which I provided to the board, which was 23 against lowering the speed limit, and 7 were for the 35-mile-per-hour speed limit.
So can I have a motion?
Motion closed.
Yes, thank you. A second?
And, well, let's just.
Go ahead.
But we'll consider those. Is it the board's preference to consider those emails if you've already received them as part of this public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I have my motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Yeah, the public hearing is closed. I would like to start just by recapping what I've heard, and then I'd like to go around to the board to see if you have different thoughts. Everything I've heard today has been about safety. And so my biggest concern sitting here today is that we're talking about a small portion of New River Inlet Road. I do like the idea of potentially doing another study in the summertime, maybe expanding the study so we can see, because a lot of folks are worried about town-wide safety. We do have additional crosswalks and a whole crosswalk study in our budget for this year. So if anybody has looked at the budget, you will see that, because the board had already voted to enhance the crosswalk at Villa Capriani, as well as add additional crosswalks for public safety. And I know not everybody in the audience is in agreement on this item, but we do have a safety issue with golf carts if we go 35 miles an hour townwide. We don't have a shoulder on New River Inlet Road. We do have a bike path, as Fred had mentioned, in the budget with the DOT. So until that's in place, and that's really going to be similar to what Island Drive has, where we have a little bit of extra shoulder on each side. It's still not what Surf City, it's not going to be as wide as Surf City. Surf City is building their town to be golf cart friendly with golf cart lanes. We don't have that space for that. So what I would personally like to see is the DOT partner with us on a solution that makes our town safe. And I don't think that this small portion of New River Inlet Road is the solution to that, because we have other issues. So I'm going to start with comments. Go ahead, Alderman.
Just so we're clear, I actually live closer than the Osprey people to New River Inlet, and I cross it every day without a crosswalk. So I understand the speed stuff. My fundamental issue is not in changing the speed limit. My fundamental issue is going to 35, because you open up so many problems for us with golf carts and low-speed vehicles. And you guys know this. Everybody conflates the two, okay? Golf carts are not banned on town roads, okay, at all. Golf carts are under 20 miles an hour, all right? They're not street legal. They don't have license plates, all right? When you go to 35, they now can go up and down the road. I know that we can change something, but we just got rid of an ordinance because we were relying on the state. The second thing is low-speed vehicles, okay? Only DOT has the ability to ban them. And if you generally just go to 35, and that was my issue. If you had told me you were going to 40, I can live with the reduction in the speed limit. I mean, and I mentioned it before. If you look at the statistics in terms of accidents, you know, going to 35 cure stuff, 25's even better, 15's even better, 5's even better, right? And I'm not suggesting any of that, but my biggest issue that I had with you guys going to 35, well, one is the process, but the second one fundamentally was you open up the town to having town-wide golf carts and LSVs. And we can do golf carts, we can't do LSVs, only you can. And also, just one other quick comment on the golf cart thing, and you'll see it in my golf cart presentation. is it's a red herring to talk about. When people are spending $7,000 to rent a house here, you can rent an LSV and have it delivered for a week for $500. That's going to be the issue, not people buying them. It's the renters that are going to be using them. I'm done.
We're going to move on to Alderman Olszewski.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in today's discussion and also NCDOT, because I think fundamentally as a town, we have to consider everyone's thoughts on these issues. Safety is my biggest concern. I live in Bermuda Landing at 11th Avenue, and I totally relate to crossing. And what I do is walk out in the street and put my hand up to stop traffic, which is not a safe practice. But in our section, which is a straightaway, the speeds are getting to 50, 55, which is why I ask NCDOT to extend the study all the way down to Surf City Line. And I think that would be good. I need correction though, because it's my understanding that if we give additional speeding tickets, that's a state road and our town does not get that revenue. Is that correct, Manager Darian?
It goes to the state.
So those funds go to the state, so people need to be aware of that. And I am in favor of looking at additional crosswalks, which we're doing. So safety is everybody's primary concern, and I think if we take a more comprehensive approach for the entire town, we could come up with a better solution. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Brooklyn?
This is probably the most hot topic button we've had in the 6 years I've been on the board. The biggest crowd we've had in the meeting room. I'm all about safety, and even before this issue came up, I was promoting the multi-use path, promoting the bike lanes, that we are spending $100,000 of your taxpayer money to try to get bike lanes put on New River Inlet Road. But the bike lanes are only going to make it safer for the bicyclists, not for the walkers and the joggers. So safety is a big concern, but the reason we're going about this change, I'm not so sure the motives are in the right direction. That's my comment.
Alderman Leonard?
I appreciate everyone coming out and giving us their opinions and points of view. It's important. It's important everybody come, and I would like to see people come to meetings like this all the time and give us their ideas on what we need to be doing for you up here. I got just a couple, 3 points on this. My concern is if we lower the limit, we're trading one potential hazard, which is speed, for the potential hazard of the golf carts and the LSVs. I live up the north end as well, in the 35. I see it a lot. What really bothers me when I see it this time of year is when the drivers of the golf carts are not old enough to drive a car. And it's out there. It's out there a lot. So I'm concerned that if we go to 35, that we're going to substitute one hazard for another. Okay? And the thought of having golf carts and LSVs mixed with cars, trucks, motorcycles, walkers, joggers, and bicycles isn't a good thought. And I've put 460 miles on a bike in the last 14 months on the island, so I'm one of those guys. I'd like, at this point, and I've talked a little bit with the gentleman from DOT ahead of the meeting about it outside, I'd like to offer a compromise potentially. And that compromise would be that we do lower the limit on the remainder of New River Inlet Road, but we don't lower it to 35. That we would instead consider lowering it to 40. Okay, 40 gives everybody in this room who wants something a little something, all right? It's a compromise. Not everybody gets what they want. It's kind of like life. We lower it to 40. It's safer for everyone, crossing roads, trying to get the beach to and from. And at the same time, it takes care of the LSV golf cart issue without having to even address it by this board or your folks. Okay, so as you're here to gather data, sir, and as you would gather data, I would, with the concurrence of the board, request that you potentially consider that as an option. And that concludes my comment.
Alderman Plato?
So since I was last, it's going to sound like I'm copying a lot of my fellow board members.
You are.
But that's all right. I'm glad that you're going to do some additional studies, and I look forward to the town working with you. I think that that is really what we need, because we need to do what is best for safety and for the people of the town. I do like Alderman Leonard's, and I heard you, Alderman Grant, also say something about 40 miles an hour. I think that that is a really good compromise, if that's something that would work out with your studies and look to be satisfactory. Some of the things that I didn't know if the public knew, but I think they do now, we are adding and enhancing crosswalks. We got permission from the DOT. We will be, in this budget, we did approve some, and we'll be working on adding even more next year. Also, we've been working on a bike lane. Mr. Fontana, when he was on the board, was a real push to get the bike lane in, more of a share the road, and we're also working with DOT with that too. So hopefully, with everything that we all work together with, that we can have a safer town, and there won't be this kind of struggles with everybody. And that's all I have.
We are going to move through, oh darn, he's back. So the next item is the consent agenda. Do I have approval or do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we are going to move on to continuing business. And this would be Alderman Olszewski with the use of the town hall meeting room.
We're going to skip the department head reports.
Yeah, that's part of the
They're in
consent
the
agenda.
consent agenda.
Yeah.
As some of you may know, I'm Alderman Olszewski, and I came up with the idea to return Town Hall's meeting room to be able to be rented from citizens in the town to community groups. So what we have in front of us is a draft policy for the Town Hall meeting room that's been updated, and I would like a motion, since I'm presenting it, a motion to approve the newly drafted document. And I believe everyone was given opportunity for input to the document, and I got input from Mike and some others, and we've incorporated that. So I would like a motion to approve this so we could have Town Hall, which in the past was able to be rented by HOAs and other groups, or for educational purposes like the Turtle Talks, et cetera, that we could have Town Hall open again for meetings. So that's where we are.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Can I second my own? I don't think.
Brian, can she second her own? No. Okay, no. Okay, if we don't have a second, then the motion will fail.
So this means that we are using the current policy, correct? Town manager? If we don't update
have
the
a policy.
We
policy,
don't have a policy.
Don't have a policy.
I thought we were given the policy we were
We don't
given
have
to
a
review.
current policy. We removed that item from the fee schedule, which removes the room to be available for use. So if you would like to pursue this,
We need
that's
to
what
approve
Laura's
this
presenting
motion.
today to approve it, to bring this back up.
Okay, well, if I don't have a second, then we're gonna move on to the motion will fail. Okay, so then the next item on continuing business would be Attorney Eads, the ordinance regarding regulation of parking lots.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if you recall. Madam Mayor and Board, if you recall last month, we looked at 3 different prohibitions. It's my understanding that, I believe it's called the Parking Committee, correct, Mr. Darian?
Yes.
Met since last month and came back with only recommending the prohibition of vehicles greater than 23 feet in length. And I have provided you each, it's identical to the language last month with the exception of taking off the other 2. So this would be a new section of the town code entitled Prohibitions in Town Parking Lots, subsection A, vehicles greater than 23 feet in length are prohibited within town parking lots.
So, sir, does this mean that they can still park in the Onslow County lots? You're only speaking of North Topsail Beach lots?
Yeah, both the
I
cap, both
just
the,
want to be clear.
yes, ma'am. Both that's the intention, both the caption of the code section as well as the content of it both refer to town parking lots.
So I do have one more question, and maybe the parking committee can help me with this, but I think it's important for the audience and those who do watch us at home. How will this be publicized so that people know they can't park their vehicles there if they're greater than 23 feet in length?
The parking people are.
They're just gonna, but that's my
No,
point,
we're
right? So
gonna
we
have
don't have-
signage.
That's my question.
Signage, that's,
Okay, so we'll get another sign.
yeah, another sign.
Question I
So I've got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's great if you're on the road, but if you are planning a trip here, how are we're gonna have to plan something to change it on the website or have some kind of notification there so that if I'm planning a trip to North Topsail Beach, not just driving by the lot, that I know that I can't plan on parking there.
Yeah, it'll be added to, if you go to our website, you'll see that there's a whole section, Q&A, all sorts of information. It'll be in there as well.
Terrific, thank you.
Alderman Grant, yes.
Just real quick, and I think, Mayor, you brought this up last time. I have no idea what 23 foot is. Is a school bus more than 23 feet?
Yes.
I have no problem with passing this, but should we consider something where they can come to the town for a special permit for like a school or something like that? And to
Summer
be able
camp.
to allow them so that we're regulating it. We're not having somebody park there with their thing out all night. But it seems to me if we're bringing school kids here, or, you know, it might even be somebody's having a wedding and they bring in one of those buses, if we could do something. But I'm just asking the parking committee to consider that, if you would.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
On that, I would try to come up with some objective criteria. In other words, so it's not in the eyes of the beholder who's looking at that. If it's a school, it's a school. It doesn't matter where the school's from. If it's a wedding party, it's a wedding party. Like if it's a hate speech group with and I'm using this because this is what the case law has held. If it's some sort of hate speech group with a history of criminal activity, that's should be blatantly obvious. But you want the criteria, you want it to be a mechanical application. Does it meet this criteria? To take the discretion away from the decision maker. So.
And this is going down the same road as the meeting room use as well.
Yes.
So I just want to say I'm not going to be in a predicament where I can choose who
that was going to be my
who can
option.
park and who cannot park.
So, and that's one of the reasons why I brought it up, because I wanted everybody to be educated. If we pass this, and you know, I don't get to vote, but if we pass this, then what we're doing is we would be directing folks with this type of vehicle or larger to please go to the county lot. Right?
I think you have to be careful with that. I think you just say they can't park here. I don't think you direct them to the county.
No, but I'm saying, but that's really
They
what
can't
we're
park
saying.
here. Yes.
That would be what we're doing.
That's the effect of it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying update the
For your
language.
driver.
Yeah. Okay, so are we asking for a motion on this? Ordinance
Parking
change?
committee.
Parking.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion?
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. I make a motion that we add to our parking ordinance a prohibition in town lots of vehicles greater than 23 feet in length.
I'll second that.
And, well, can you just reference the code section?
Yep. Section 6-104. Is that?
Ordinance
So
number.
we have a
Ordinance.
motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Do we feel, I'm sorry, I do have a
That's okay.
question. Do we feel that we need this in the off-season as well? Or think it's easier to have it all year round?
All year round.
Okay,
Somebody needs to gamble for that. That's you.
I know. Sorry. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, so maybe we need to go around and vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
Alderman Ashewski?
Aye.
Alderman
Aye.
Grant? Okay,
You didn't call on the two of us.
you made the motion. Okay,
Well, it
sorry.
doesn't matter.
Sorry,
You make the
sorry.
motion.
Alderman
You
Plettle, I was passing you. Alderman Leonard.
Aye.
I thought he was going to move. Why? That's so hard.
Yeah. Okay, the next item is new business, and I'm gonna start with Ms. Darian for,
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned before, since the project commenced with the beach projects, I've been working with the engineers to try to get the roadways repaired and back into the condition prior to the beach work. So I'm asking the board to consider today, the engineer has reviewed a proposal that I received this morning from ST Wooten in the amount of $48,661.58 to approve the change order for that amount with ST Wooten, which will be fully reimbursed by FEMA 100% for site restoration, and to move forward with that estimate as they deemed reasonable.
So do you need a motion, or do you just?
Yes.
Need a motion. Okay. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. And
Thank
so,
you.
Alderman Grant, you are next with the golf.
Vicki, can you pop that up? I can go through
golf
this
cart
quicker
ordinance.
because of the DOT stuff. I broke this into, I'm not asking for approval on the golf cart stuff. If Rick can pull it up real quick. All right, go ahead. What we need to do is we are conflating we're conflating low-speed vehicles and golf carts, and even our website acts like they're the same thing. And I think it's clear. Yes, it does, Mike, sorry. All right, so you can tell on low-speed vehicles, a four-wheel vehicle, electric powered or propelled by a gasoline engine. A golf cart is a vehicle design. Golf carts only have to go 20 miles an hour. Okay, LSVs can go that. Next slide, Rick. Okay, accordingly, street legal golf carts operate on public, this is from our website. Street legal golf carts operate on public streets must comply with state law, which requires a golf cart to be licensed, insured, and registered. That's not a golf cart, that's a low-speed vehicle. Okay, that we're using the term golf cart when it doesn't apply. That is a low-speed vehicle by definition, okay, if it requires under North Carolina state law. When we repealed the ordinance before, I assumed that we were taking care of golf carts on the roads. Right now, and I confirmed this with the DOT people, if you go to 35 miles an hour, you can drive a golf cart on it that has a maximum speed of 20 miles an hour. All right? LSVs have a maximum speed of 35 on those. That is specific language from our website. And if you look at the thing, and Mike, you sent that out to us, we're using the word golf carts and street legal golf carts, which is not, street legal golf carts is not a defined term in the statute. It's LSVs and golf carts, period. Those are the only two, and we need to clean the language up. Go ahead, Brian.
No, that's a slang term that came out. A lot of people converted the traditional golf carts to low-speed vehicles and called them street legal.
Right.
That's where that's not a, to my
It's not a
knowledge,
defined term.
that's not defined in Chapter 20 of the Motor Vehicle Code.
Right, and what I'm saying is we need to, all I'm saying is that because we need to use the definitions that the statute has when we're dealing with these things. Because if I'm looking at this, I think I can drive a golf cart on here. And the DOT regulations do not apply to golf carts, they apply to LSVs. Because when you take a golf cart and upgrade it, it becomes an LSV.
Right.
All right? And that was the point that I was making, I talked to them about it. By the way, the DOT, she told me if we want to do something with LSVs on the town, even though it is their option to do it, they would require something from us asking to do it. And that's what they did in Topsail. Topsail asked them, then they put the ban in for LSVs.
Okay.
All right, so, and again, golf carts on public, and that was confirmed with them. You can ride golf carts on 35, golf carts, not LSVs. Go ahead.
So can we, but I want to go back for a second, because my understanding is that a standard golf cart that you might have purchased an old one from North Shore Country Club is not allowed to be on our streets.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It has to be tagged,
No, it doesn't.
and I think it does.
This is not.
This says,
Can you please come up,
to the,
Have the
please?
chief come up and explain this.
Because I'm thinking, Rick, that it is language that we need to make sure is consistent,
And
but
Rick-
I don't
here's
think it's
my
allowed
point.
now.
Ricky, while he's coming up, would you put that slide I sent you up that shows the golf cart and the LSV?
Thank you, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you. Years ago, the state authorized towns and municipalities and government agencies, counties, to let golf carts operate on 35 mile an hour or less streets if they came up with their own rules. At that point, you couldn't operate a golf cart on any road. Right. North Topsail Beach had an ordinance for golf carts. We rescinded that ordinance, and no golf carts are allowed on any street in North Topsail Beach. Now, I think the reason we put golf carts have to be street legal is people don't know what a low-speed vehicle is. So you use the slang in there, a golf cart or a street legal vehicle, because people that have golf carts, and I have one, you have to upgrade it to be street legal, which now makes it a low-speed vehicle. But people don't understand what a low-speed vehicle is. So it looks like a golf cart, but it now becomes a low-speed vehicle. But there's nowhere you can drive any golf cart on North Topsail Beach.
Okay, I'm just gonna tell you, I fundamentally disagree with that. You have to look at the statute and also look at the ordinance that DOT sent us. That's why Brian needs to weigh in on this, because the way that I read the statute is the opposite of the way you do it. Right?
But the town would have to authorize it.
No, the town, if you look at the statute, we have the right to authorize it. We have the right to get rid of them. We have a right to do that stuff. But we have to do something to do that, is the way I read the statute. That's why I sent it to Brian a month ago. So I'd like to get some feedback on that, because I think that's gonna be a very important part of the DOT discussion that we've got.
I think the fact that we had the authority to allow them by deduction suggests they're not allowed unless you allow them by ordinance. But to your point, why not make it abundantly clear and say they're not allowed?
That's my point.
Yeah.
And make the distinction between low-speed vehicles and golf carts. Right. So go back to my slides, Rick.
Alderman.
Well,
All Mike's showing is if you upgrade it, can you make it?
No, but I think
straight?
he still has something to say.
To the point, a golf cart cannot be modified into a low-speed vehicle.
Yes, it can.
Has to be done by the manufacturer. No, it cannot. It cannot meet the requirements of a
Chief has one,
low-speed
so let's
vehicle. Okay.
It takes a lot to do that. And then you have to take it down and have it inspected. You have to have it tagged, registered,
Right.
and all of that.
State license and
But it's a lot,
licensed driver.
it costs too much. It's usually prohibited
Right.
to do that.
So go back, Rick.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to have a VIN, but you have to get a VIN for it too.
Right.
And that right up.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
Rick. Next
Chief, I
slide.
think Alderman Olszewski has one more question for you.
So my understanding from your comment then was we currently do not allow golf carts on our roads. Is that correct?
We do not.
Are we tagging? Are we giving tickets now for golf carts that are driving around?
We are, and the first thing we usually do is educate people because. Oh, it came up. Because we used to let golf carts on the streets, and if you bought a permit here. Right. So we're letting people know. The other problem we have is golf carts and other vehicles are allowed in Surf City and they drive them into here. So we're educating people. We do write citations also.
So,
Anything that doesn't have a tag on it. A state tag.
okay, so are we working with the chambers of commerce for people to understand that are creating these new businesses, renting golf carts, that they are not allowed on our streets?
We've gotten in touch with those rental agencies and let them know, but sometimes they'll bring them anyway.
They bring them
And the best education that has been on that is we stop that person and they say, I just rented it from so-and-so, and the next thing you know, they're coming to get it. And they're refunding their money usually.
Okay,
So that
Those are
has taken
LSVs,
part of that. Golf carts,
golf carts.
Okay.
right.
All right, thank you.
But again, I'm reading from the ordinance that DOT sent us. And if you look at the statute, and Brian, you need to, that's why I sent it to you a month ago. When you look at the statute, I don't see a prohibition about driving golf carts, because it says a golf cart cannot be driven on a speed limit over 35. That's what it says. It doesn't say they're prohibited from being on the roads. They say they can't be driven. Then you've got the ordinance that we have the right as an ordinance to change that, okay, to prohibit them or to require licensing. What I'm saying is the way that we have described the things in our website is confusing between what is a golf cart and what is a low-speed vehicle and what we're able to do. Because I think our consensus before was that we don't want golf carts on New River Inlet. I think that's a fair statement. And my reading of the statute, and having spent a lot of time on this, Brian, is I hear what the chief is saying. I'm glad that he's enforcing it. But if I was challenging a ticket, I would challenge it on the fact that you guys rescinded the ordinance that said you had to do this stuff, and now, okay, and Brian, I don't like the argument that because we could regulate something or could allow them, that they're not allowed if we don't do something. I think we have to clean that up, is my point.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. History how. There were a lot of towns, in particular resort-type towns, both in the mountains and in the coast, that were wanting to allow these things, and that's why the session law was passed that gives us the ability to allow it. But if you don't know that history, I can see the argument that you're saying someone could make. So I think the clearest way to do it is just make it clear they're prohibited.
And when talking to a lady from DOT, what she said is, you should do both. If you don't want LSVs, you write us, we'll come to us. But you need to pass a golf cart ordinance. Okay, you need to make sure that your town is clean. And so I think it's just something that is, we're moving down this path with the speed limit stuff. If we're trying to clean up and make it safe, the last thing we want to do is, they ban LSVs and we got golf carts going up and down the road. Because I think we all agree that's not safe.
I don't disagree with that at all. There's nothing, I see no harm in a 1 to 2 sentence ordinance that makes it unequivocal.
That's all we need is, yeah.
So it sounds like we're directing staff to update or create an ordinance regarding golf carts and LSVs?
And just.
The attorney. The staff, the attorney, not the staff.
That's fine. Just so we're clear, though, because there'll be people watching this and there's people in the audience, per the chief, they are not allowed right now.
Right.
As a courtesy to the public, we're just going to make it absolutely
clear
that they don't have to back into that conclusion.
So put another way, we're clarifying an existing ordinance.
That we're clarifying the absence of an ordinance that allows them.
There is no ordinance.
All right.
So currently, what you're saying to the
Now I'm not
public is
confused.
they are not allowed in North Topsail Beach.
Correct.
Is that correct?
We do not.
Golf carts
That's our
are not
position.
allowed in North Topsail Beach.
Right.
And so everyone that owns them here, that are driving them every day in the summer and crossing back and forth with all their beach equipment, you're saying that is currently not allowed in North Topsail Beach.
Yeah.
Unless it's an LSV.
And what I used the term, Rick, was a golf cart. And the golf carts are being used now that are not LSVs to take beach equipment back and forth all the time.
And it's my understanding from what the chief just said, they're taking some enforcement action on that, whether it be a warning, education, or I don't know if you ticket people yet or not.
And again, I've spent so much time on this ad nauseum. You are allowed to cross the streets with a golf cart, correct, chief?
He's saying no.
You can't drive a golf cart across the street.
While he's coming up, let me clarify. Public versus private. There's a difference between a public road and a private road.
Yes.
We ban golf carts on all public roads.
Ours, yes.
In our town.
Yes.
And what I'm saying is I see it every day, all the time.
Well, you also
On
have
public
private,
roads.
you also have private roads that are not, if they're open to the public, they become public vehicular areas. So there's certain things that you cannot do, like Ash Island. Ash Island has a gate, it's a gated community. They can ride golf carts anywhere they want to.
Yep.
But they can't go across that highway because golf carts aren't allowed to do that here. And the reason I say that, Alderman Grant and Brian Eads and I go way back. We were here working in the state when there was no ordinance for golf carts to be able to or allowed in any municipality. Then they allowed it, I don't know if it was 05, 06, something like that. They allowed the municipalities to do that. But in order to ride on the streets, they had to have an ordinance from the town. But I think people are confused about it now because it's already changed, and I can see where you go to court and argue that.
So Chief, I have a question. Specifically, Rogers Bay Campground, those are public roads in that campground?
No.
They cannot use golf carts?
Well, it's private. They're private.
That's what that was the point I made where you were walking up. So they
Right.
can
I'm
cross
sorry.
the road to private, but they cannot cross the road technically.
They cross the road every day.
Well, I know they do, but they're going to a private
think
parking area, not the town
I'll
parking area.
I'll go back to the attorney on that, but I think the ones that are, and I probably said that the wrong way, because most of those private roads that cross over don't have another private area right across the street that they cross to. Rogers Bay goes from a private area to a private area. And I probably have to defer to him, but we have not enforced that there because they're only.
Well, don't defer to me on whether it's been enforced or not. I can
No,
tell
no,
you
no,
whether it's
on-
legal or not.
On whether it's legal or not, that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
no, I mean, if you can't have them on public roads, you can't have them on public roads, whether it's crossing the street or not now.
Okay, I'll do some more follow-up on that with the attorney also.
But, and to be clear, to Alderman Grant's point and request, we want an unequivocal ordinance saying that golf carts are not allowed within the jurisdiction of North Topsail Beach on any public street.
But I think we also, the other thing that has been brought up is to clarify low-speed vehicles and what are they allowed to do.
Define them differently.
Define it differently.
Yes.
Low-speed vehicles are governed by
MVD.
the state general.
Okay, so we don't have to cover that. Okay.
I've got to find the statute.
Yes, Alderman Fettle.
So golf carts are fine in these subdivisions, in these neighborhoods, Rogers Bay, Cape Island, Osprey, places like that. Private. But if there is a public road that runs into it, which I think Osprey does have the public road that runs into it, how does that work? They can do it back on their roads, but they can't come out towards the front on. Because I really don't have a problem on the side streets. I have a problem on any side streets. I do not want them on New River Inlet and Island Drive because I think that poses a fantastic safety issue. But back in the subdivisions, I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know if we can differentiate between just the two main roads, or do we have to say all public roads? And I don't know what my fellow board members think about that either.
The statutory sections, 153A-245, regulation of golf carts on streets, roads, and highways. So Brian, I'll get you that. That's North Carolina.
That might be the county. I think that it's 160A.
That's a state statute, General Assembly of North Carolina.
We're done.
Yeah, I know, but there's generally county statutes and municipal statutes.
Not ready to go.
I've got it right here.
We previously had one of these ordinances, back to Connie's point, that specified by street which could and could not.
Exactly.
And it was confusing, and it was the one that was rescinded, what, a year ago now or so? All right? I don't think we want to go back down there.
No, I'd like
agree.
clear. I want it to be clear.
We need something clean and clear and crisp.
Yes.
Correct, because to Connie's point, you have people in the private areas, the private roads, thinking if they can have it there, they can cross the main roads that are state
Right.
roads.
Bingo.
And so they do not understand that it's only restricted to their private neighborhoods. They're thinking because they can have them there. So I think we have an education piece to do with the public too, that currently you cannot be on a public road, chief, with a golf cart in North Topsail Beach.
And so I think at this point,
Well,
we're all saying the same exact thing.
I had a comment.
And that,
I had a comment to follow up Laura's,
ahead.
okay? To that point, one community on New River Inlet Road, who we heard very much from today, they don't have the ability to get straight across from their entrance to the beach. And what some of them are actually doing, are using the multi-use path to get down to where they park at a beach access. And that's an issue too. And it goes right along with what Laura mentioned and Connie mentioned, so.
okay, so I think at this point, so for the next meeting, the July meeting, can we come back to the board, Brian, with a draft of the ordinance? Okay.
And you want an absolute ban, no crossovers, no, okay.
I just want to say in the public here that I need to get with the attorney on that because there are, the state allows some vehicles like from farms to cross over a highway. So I want to make sure that we're not saying something that's not right.
Well, I'm expecting that you guys will work
Right.
together, and I do know
We'll do that.
somebody in our subdivision who is a farmer, and his does say farm use.
Right. Well,
So,
but
you know.
they allow some equipment to go back and forth.
Maybe.
And I just want to make sure that we tell the public that we're going to look into that before we tell Rogers Bay they can't go straight across.
No, I would appreciate if you guys work together.
We'll do that.
Okay. All right, so the next item is Mayor Pro Tem, and it's Topsail Island Shoreline Protection Commission Charter.
Thanks, Mayor. You'll recall that Chairman Smith sent the Topsail Island Shoreline Protection Commission Charter revision out for revision a couple months ago.
Is your microphone, it's on.
It's on. I'm sorry, I'll speak louder. So the three towns and the county were asked to look at the Topsail Island Shoreline Protection Charter that was revised last in 2016. This board gave comments. We sent those comments from our board to Chairman Smith of the commission, as did the towns of Surf City and Topsail Beach. And what he sent back to us this past month for our approval now is the revision of all three towns and the discussion that the commission had over the revisions to the charter. And if you look at the charter as far as the board goes, the biggest changes from what you saw last time was the preamble and the mission have been condensed and simplified and streamlined. The rest of the changes were basically wordsmithing and organizational things. So what we're doing today is asking for the board to give approval to the revision of the charter as it appears in the meeting packet.
So why don't we start with a motion and a second, and then see if there's any additional discussion? Is there anybody that'd like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve it as presented.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Parcel donation regarding parcel 030-655 and 032-830.
Thank you, Mayor. I received correspondence from Brookwood Baptist Church, who wishes to donate these two parcels of property to the town of North Topsail Beach. Ricky, can you pull that up, please? Okay. As you can see, I tried to include in the agenda all the necessary information that you need to review that. You can see where the parcels are located within the water at this time. So I just need to know if the board would like to pursue their request to take these over.
And I think I believe at this time they would have a $100 tax value, so no
Correct.
tax bills would be due. So it's purely just a donation to the town. I don't see any issue with it. Yep, can someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the, how should I do it? To accept the parcels from Brookwood Baptist Church, parcels 030-655 and parcel 032-830.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any additional discussion? All in favor then? Any opposed? All right, so the next item is the planning board vacancy. I believe there's one vacancy, and I believe one of the candidates, Mr. Fontana, is currently an alternate. So I just want to make sure the board's aware of that. So if Mr. Fontana is voted onto the board, we will need to fill the alternate position. And the way we're gonna do this is what we did last time, which was by ballot. So I will first like someone on the board to please nominate all.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate all the applicants. To
Second.
the planning board.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so if you can write on your secret ballot, we'll pass them down.
And we're supposed to sign the ballot.
Yes, you can.
Go this way or that way?
This. I was just waiting.
That's
You
fine.
do one hand up.
Thank you.
Fred Fontana. Fred Fontana. Fred Fontana. Fred Fontana. And Fred Fontana.
So,
So we can
congratulations, Fred. Is it the board's desire at this time to select from these candidates to fill the alternate,
Mine is yes.
Well,
or no?
should we, Brian, refer to you, but should they appoint Fred Fontana first as a regular member for
Oh,
the...
at the board.
For the term?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then that will be on the next agenda item for the vacancy for the alternate. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Are you okay, Alice?
Now secret ballot again.
Just to clarify that the term would be for May 15th, 2027.
Congratulations.
Maybe.
The next item is the open forum. Do we have anybody
I'm
signed
sorry.
up?
We're not gonna try to fill.
No, we just said they need to vote him in at the board meeting, and then we'll fill.
Okay. So, don't
And-
count my vote then.
Is there anybody who would like to speak?
So
Okay.
I do have one question, just making sure that we follow the policy that was recently looked at several times. Does the board want me to advertise the vacancy for the alternate position?
Well, don't they have to vote Fred in or accept him into the planning board first? Or no?
We just.
We did, but you were just saying there's no vacancy yet until he's appointed on the board at the next board meeting, right?
Yes, but
It's presumptive.
I see what Alice is saying, because in the guidelines that we passed, I believe we had to have like a 45-day.
yes, you
Yep,
put
so
a
we
time
could
limit on it.
So do we need to advertise again, or is it okay to use the same pool of applicants for the original position?
After what happened a couple months ago, I'm just gonna stay quiet.
Since it's a policy, the board can waive the formalities. If you're comfortable with not going back out for advertisement, then you can just say that by consensus now. Otherwise, we need to follow it.
But I would like direction from the board.
What is the board's pleasure? To advertise for new applicants or to select from these at the next board meeting? Because we won't make the next board meeting if we re-advertise, correct?
It'll be 2 months. Right. Yep. So you're only gonna have one alternate.
I would like to suggest that since we have worked so hard for a year on our guidelines, let's stick to the guidelines. Let's
agree.
advertise it again, and yes, we won't have it until
Okay.
the August meeting, but that's okay,
Okay.
in my opinion.
So
Concur.
we're giving the manager direction then to go ahead and advertise. And
Mayor Pro Tem, were you trying to?
I would just, I don't understand why we can't appoint an alternate at this time.
We didn't
We
notice
just
it.
appointed,
We didn't
It's
notice
the
it.
process.
Yep.
but we just appointed a,
We didn't notice it.
It's following
Okay.
the process.
Can I ask a process question to follow up on Mike's, because Mike's a good question. If we're gonna go with the 45 days, and since the person we just are going to appoint is in the room, if he resigns today, can we at least start the 45-day thing now and not wait for the planning board meeting?
Does his resignation have to be accepted by? Does his resignation need to be accepted by the planning board chair of the Board of Aldermen?
I think it's us, isn't it?
I think it's the planning board chair.
I think we're making it hard and we should
I
follow
think
the
we're
process.
making this thing extremely
All right,
painfully
let's just stick to
difficult.
the rules then.
The significance of accepting the resignation is.
Microphone.
It creates the vacancy.
The only significance of formally accepting a resignation is if the resignation's not accepted, then they can rescind their resignation. Once you accept a resignation, it closes the door. I personally don't have any issue with the governing body accepting a resignation. But, you know, we're twisting and twisting.
Being an alderman.
I think,
Aren't we though?
I just want to make sure staff and I have clear direction of what you want. If it's a
Yes, sir.
strict following the policy, then
Let's just stick with it.
If we accepted a resignation effective today, he cannot participate in the planning board meeting tomorrow because he hadn't been appointed as a regular member, so the planning board couldn't have a meeting tomorrow. So they're not gonna have
Yeah,
a
they could.
quorum.
They still have a quorum.
I still suggest, I still agree with Connie that policy was worked on very hard. I would just suggest that we follow the policy. And then we won't cause any glitches in the
Okay.
planning board.
But he'll get sworn in tomorrow, right?
Come on, guys.
All right, we're moving on.
Go.
Okay, so the next item is open forum. That's what I was trying to get to before. Do we have anybody who'd like to speak? Yes, both Myers.
Susan Meyer, 2224 New River Inlet Road, Unit 138. Couple questions. One is, we're having our planning board meeting tomorrow. Does Fred have to resign before we swear him in? As you were discussing.
Can I ask a stupid question? When,
I'm going to
when
be,
is Hannah's term up?
it was up. I mean,
Okay, so her term is up.
her term is up.
You have you, Lisa, who else? Who are the other ones? You got 5.
Hannah's
Terry.
term was up May 15th.
Terry.
And there's one other.
So you've got a quorum, is my
No,
point.
Stu is an alternate. Who's the other one?
Hannah, you,
No,
Terry.
it was,
No,
I
I'm
was
talking
thinking,
about going back.
Yeah.
You, Hannah, Lisa. Who's the 5th?
well, it's gonna be Fred.
No, but I'm saying, if you've got 4, you got a quorum.
Right.
So he can resign, and then you guys can swear him in.
Right.
Okay.
So you start with a quorum, right? Am I saying this right, Brian? You start with a quorum.
right.
You then accept his resignation, and then you appoint him, and then you got 5.
Yeah, because he could actually vote as an alternate anyway.
Okay.
So he would count towards the quorum. Correct?
No, yeah, he would. Actually, he would. He's right, she's right. He would.
Right, but
Until
Brian-
he resigns, he's,
Yeah, because Brian, I was gonna say
Well,
Brian's
if
attending.
he wants to sit as an alternate tomorrow for purposes of forming the quorum, then you have a meeting.
Bingo.
I mean, he'd be official in either capacity.
Yeah.
Right.
Once they resign, you may not have a quorum to appointment.
Yeah, you got 4.
If they have 4 in addition to you.
Well, stop though. Brian, they don't appoint him. We've just appointed him. All they're doing is swearing him in.
Accepting
Right.
him, they're swearing him in.
yeah. We don't have to vote.
But would he need, is his presence needed to create the quorum to start the meeting?
I don't think so. Is Terry gonna be there?
Yeah.
Lisa's gonna
Terry.
be there. You're gonna be there. You guys are quorum.
Yeah, because we're only 5.
Okay.
So 3 is our quorum.
Right.
And you'll be at the meeting as well, so you guys,
My daughter's graduating
Okay.
tomorrow night.
minor detail.
Why can't they move that?
So do you
Okay.
have the direction?
All right, that's all. I got it. My other question is, where do we stand on the BISAC committee? I haven't seen any updates on that with the 5-year and the 25-year plan. Have they?
There are some updates on the website that you'll be able to take a look at there, and if you have further questions, please reach out to Mayor Pro Tem Benson, he can.
Well, I just wondered if we were gonna, if we actually, did we adopt it last month?
The board approved to go forward with the permitting.
Right,
And
I understood
That's
that.
the process that they're in right now. And then actually, as of last week, they went up and they were doing testing, geotech testing with core sampling at DA 143.
Okay,
So
thank
they've
you.
moved
I just
forward.
didn't know if I missed something big. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jeff Meyer, 2224 New River Inlet Road, Unit 138. I would like the board to take in consideration, I know you all voted in the past on it and selected 11 o'clock during the day for meetings. I do understand that. I would like the board to consider having some of their meetings at night, especially public hearings. I think we would get a better crowd. I'm unemployed with dignity, so it doesn't matter to me what time the meetings are, but I think certain meetings should be held at night to allow some of the people we don't normally get to be able to attend. I don't know what it would take by the board to make any changes like that, but it would be my recommendation. That's all.
Yeah, and we did, like, when we had the federal project meeting, we did it on a Saturday. So I appreciate that feedback. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, then I'm
You
gonna.
have two people who signed up.
Oh, okay.
Charles Walker, 115 Seagull Lane. Okay. I'm sorry, I grabbed the wrong. But you still have Gray Chapman signed up from 13 Osprey,
Yeah, I think
which is
they
not
left.
here, and Hannah McLeod,
Left.
which is not here. But they did sign up for the second
Okay.
hearing.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the attorney's report.
No report.
All right, from a mayor's report, I just wanted to just say a few words. I do share Alice's condolences for Barry's family. He certainly is missed. I am thrilled that we were approved for the stormwater project. I mean, that's a big deal. That's the first one we've had here, and it's not a matching grant, so it's money that the taxpayers don't have to spend to try and improve that issue. I'm also very pleased that I was able to participate in the groundbreaking for the fire station. That is also an extremely huge accomplishment that we all should be proud of. And I did also notice a post, and I just wanted to throw it out for anybody who watches us at home as well, that the Jazz Festival is looking for volunteers to help. So if anybody has time, please reach out to them. I'm sure they would appreciate it. And I'm going to start with Connie this time. Ms. Puddle?
Thank you. I'm going to echo your words and the condolences about Barry and going to the groundbreaking and all that. Also, this week we started our turtle talks here in the town meeting room. It was well attended for the first one. I believe there was about 24 people. No, yeah, about 24 people here. It went very well. It's I know the Sea Turtle Hospital appreciates the partnership. Also, there are 16 turtle nests on Topsail Island so far. A little slow start to the year, but starting to go.
The whole island, Connie?
The whole island. Yeah, and that breaks down to, not that it's a contest, but if it was, we're winning because North Topsail Beach has 9, Surf City has 7, and Topsail Beach has yet to get a turtle's nest.
I thought they had one. I saw Ed Tide posted one. That I think they might have one. No?
No. Okay. Oh, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Alderman Leonard?
Yes, thank you. First, I appreciate everybody coming out today. I appreciate the activity and the dialogue with the DOT and everybody for the public hearing. And Joanne, thanks for doing such a good job running the public hearing. Okay. Condolences to Barry's family. He was here a long time, and he was sort of a fixture here. And he provided his own method of entertainment over the years, to include some interactions with people over the phone. That was always kind of entertaining to hear about. Well done on the stormwater grant. I mean, that's huge, and really happy about that. Lastly, I attended recently the change of command for Marine Corps installations east over at Camp Lejeune 2 weeks ago. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Richmond?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, condolences to Barry's family. I never came into town hall and Barry was sitting there and he wasn't, you know, in a jovial mood, and just a real joy to be around. Miss him. We didn't have a BISEC report, the Beach Inlet Sound Advisory Committee report this month. We took a tour last month, several of the committee members, including Alderman Grant and myself, to Topsail Beach to see what our beach will hopefully look like. I hate to say this, in 10 years, but it's taken them a process going from scratch to develop a system. What we saw in Topsail Beach, they have a two-dune system now. They have a primary dune that protects the oceanfront houses, but they established a secondary dune out in front of the primary dune, which will be the first dune when storms come ashore to absorb that energy, and that secondary dune will protect the primary dune, thus protecting the homes. They had a nice wide sandy beach. We saw how that dune was growing from the action of wind and water, that secondary dune, and it's even getting, it's got sea oats on it, and from the point where we stopped on the tour to look, the dune itself had grown about 3 feet from what it was originally made when they did the original construction. So we are really hopeful that we're going to be able to continue our 5-year plan and achieve in North Topsail Beach what town of Topsail Beach has achieved. And I also wanted to thank everyone that came out and participated in the public hearing and the meeting in general. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Alderman Olszewski.
Yeah, I wanted to thank everybody who came out and who put the petitions together and who are participating in the process, because as a town, we need input from all our citizens. And certainly today brought to light that safety is a huge concern for all of us. We are a beach town. We want to keep ourselves a safe beach town so everyone can enjoy their vacation. And for those of us that are year-round residents, keeping this island safe is a lot of our priority. I wanted to let folks know I did get to go to a class for ethics for elected officials, and I also got to go to the change of command at Camp Lejeune for Marine Corps Installations East, and happy to hear that we got that grant. And I want to thank Alice for her efforts on the grant and on progress at the fire station. Thank you.
Condolences to Barry's family, and then my anecdote with him is when we first moved here, nobody picked up my trash. And I came down to town hall and Barry was here, and I asked him that. He got in a truck, drove down to my house and picked the trash out of my garbage can to take it to the town dumpster. That to me is who Barry was. Went to the Ocean City HOA meeting, which was very, very interesting, very complimentary of Alice. They're going to be happy to know, and I've already passed it on to them, about getting the roads repaired, especially before the Jazz Festival. On the field trip that Mike talked about, one of the things that I would recommend people do is if you go up to the town line between Topsail and Surf City and go to the tower, Mike, is that what that's called? Walk out there, look to your right, that's where we're going to be. Look to your left, that's where we are now. Or actually, we're better than that. That's the line between Surf City and Topsail, and you will not believe what that looks like. And it's a few-minute ride to go up there and just take a look at it. It is amazing. And Chris took us out there, and Chris Gibson was the architect for Topsail, and he is now our beach engineer as well. Went to all the county meetings. It ends up, we were talking about, a comment about going daytime and nighttime, the county commissioner meetings. It's generally my wife and I are the only people that are there that are not county employees, whether it's the evening meeting or the daily meeting, unless somebody's getting a certificate. So it's something to think about, but I think, Mayor, we've looked at that before. Their budget was presented in a very high-level way. No taxes, similar to us, no increase in that kind of stuff. They've got some big, big projects in front of them in the future. And their budget meetings, they're going to have a budget workshop, I believe it's next week, it's on their website, and then a follow-up meeting again to go through that. attended the Onwassa board meetings and pushed, for the town on this water issue. We have in the budget, the Onwassa budget for next year, to actually do a study about potentially putting, and do the engineering work, putting a water tank in the north part of the island to get rid of the pressure issues that we've got with Onwassa. They're already aware, as I reported to Frankie, the CEO, that we are already having water pressure issues the last couple of days, at least where my house is. It'll be nice when the pump station goes up. And I think, Mayor, you've talked about that. I think that our senator reached out to Frankie as well, because they think there might be state money to build that. But that way, to build the tank up there. Other than that, thanks for coming. I think it was a good conversation. I was glad to hear the DOT people say we're open to having a lot of discussions with you, and I think that's a very positive step going forward. Thank you.
Okay, then what I need is a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Are we back?
Not a recommendation. It's
Okay,
their
so
decision.
we are back from closed session, and I would like to report there's not been any action taken in closed session. So at this point, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.